And good morning. 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, the 22nd of July, 2025. My. So, yeah. Welcome to my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that I believe journaling is important, and so I don't multitask well. As a result, I use this system to capture everything I'm seeing on my trading screens, and my voice over here provides some insight as to what I was thinking. This is not for financial advice or trade advice, you know. That's clear. There's a disclaimer in the description of this stream. All of the times, Central Standard Time. And I'm not monetized in any way. So the motivation here is strictly to improve my trading and to I got the headset in the wrong computer here. Stand by. I typically don't have any music or noise going on in here. Anyway, so this is my virtual journal. And if it, helps somebody, great. It would be great, if you hit the like and the subscribe or notification. I stream every day from 8 o'clock in the morning through 1500. And let's step on into it now. The structure of and kind of the cadence of the stream, I try to keep constant. So we start with the little blurb in the morning there, and then we step into the numbers. It's still pretty light numbers wise, but we are having, we do have a important speaker here. Jerome Powell, the Fed chair, is speaking this morning at a conference, and that's right there. Started at 7:30 this morning Central Standard Time, which is 30 minutes ago. The rest of there's no real well, this is a new one. These Trump greets Philippine president, and all that stuff. These have come into the schedule since the last time I looked a few minutes ago here. Typically what we are is we're typically in the middle of here's the news as it was originally scheduled, and we're in earnings season now, so here we are. Tomorrow's going to be a biggie. Tomorrow's Alphabet and Tesla and IBM. So there's going to be AT&T. There's going to be some big ones. Not NVIDIA, of course, but, there's some biggies out tomorrow. This is investing.com, which is a great source I've used for years of both news and earnings reports and things like that. And it is free. This is my Financial Juice, which is also free. You can pay for, more up to the second real-time feed or whatever it is. I don't know. I don't know the difference. But I think it's better for me to use free stuff here in the purpose of the stream. Yeah, so there we are. Let's see what happens with Powell. And then we've got the random risks of unwarranted, unscheduled tweets or whatever, That's been the big... those have proven to be the big market movers lately. So the pre-market, we have, this is Bookmap. This is, I put this vertical line in here at the start of each session. This is at 1700 last night when the ETH opened. And you can see that we have gone exactly no place. And here we are right back at the open. That is a big nowhere. A grand cul-de-sac, right? This is my charting package of IRT. Now, these are the minis. This is the ES Mini, the NQ Mini, the ES Mini Micro Composite chart, and the ES Mini market profile. I also plot the micros in case, and I'll explain why in a little bit. You see that this was yesterday's RTH session, closing almost exactly on our open. And then here we go again overnight. So the market is definitely looking for something. They're in the wait, right? They're in the holding pattern. This is the micro composite chart, which is fairly important. It's the higher time frame, but very simple. It is daily RTH session only, daily bars or candlesticks. So each one of these is the day. Wherever price overlaps, I draw or continue to draw a volume profile around them. And by so doing, it generates these high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines associated with the most current microcomposite and a microcomposite VPOC, all-time high and et cetera, right? Now, these red and green lines here, the high and low volume nodes, are pushed automatically to bookmap those levels, as are the session prices, which are up here. So if we jump over here, bookmap. Here's the micro composite column where I have entered, naked volume point of control, which ended up getting tagged yesterday. All-time high that was put in. This was a real interesting scenario on these all-time highs. Friday, we put in an all-time high up here around 63-ish, I think, in the ETH session. Early morning, London. Then we opened the RTH session, and this is as high as we could get it. So this was, by definition, the RTH session the all-time high of the RTH sessions. And typically, these guys really don't like the ETH people or the overnight people to have records, major points, etc. That's my observation. And so yesterday, we had this rampant run-up to here. Now, this is a P-shaped profile, which would indicate short covering. So my estimation of what happened yesterday was we had a whole bunch of... the market ran up on Friday, new all-time high, and everybody knows that the new all-time high was made in the ETH session and not in the RTH. So a whole lot of people decided they had picked the top and were going to go short and look for a down move. And they got squeezed out, is strictly my opinion. They got squeezed out yesterday, and after they got them all shaken out, they ran it right back down again. Maybe better to look at over here. We ran up. We squeezed out a whole bunch of people. We got into this string of singles. Oh, nobody left. Okay, bloop, down we came. And we closed just about on top of the open. So, it was a big nowhere. Okay, that's what I think, where I think we are from a higher time frame. This is the high and low volume nodes column. This is the full session market profile. Volume profile. This started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. So it's not the ETH, it's the full session or the Globex. This is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. This is a real important column for me, the notes column, where I first assess what open type we will be dealing with today. And I set the column title to that open type. Now, let me just see something. No. Let me just see something here. Okay. You see right here where it says the RTH close? That's this yellow boy underneath here, and it's right there. It's covered up, okay? And we are exactly, well, or one tick away from the RTH close. So to get back to the open types then, there's only two criteria, and that is, where we will open today's RTH session as it relates to the previous RTH session close, which is right here a tick above us, and the previous RTH session range, which is here. There's the RTH low and the RTH high is up above here, right here, right? Now, so if you want to be technical about it, we are lower than the close and within range. So this would be lower in range. However, I hate it when they do this, when it's just one tick and it flips and flops back and forth over the close, because it changes the statistics and the open type. The reason I changed the title here like this, I'll do it now just as an example. The reason I do this is because when I look back at the screen or a screen snap or something, this tells me a lot of information, and I know right away what happened in the overnight and where we stacked up compared to yesterday. Then I also flag the high and low volume, or the migrating volume points of control and things in this column. These are the session prices, which are pushed automatically by Bookmap. To Bookmap from IRT. Man, I can't talk. Need more coffee. And then we have the heat map and the various related levels. So there's no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT. There are only the following: a POC, point of control, for each RTH in full session. This one is the more muted yellow for the full session. And I think there's the brighter yellow one for the RTH. There is a VWAP for each. This is RTH and this is the Globex. And there's a mid for the RTH. Then we have the only other lines that could be a little bit curious for you would be the IB high and the IB high and the IB low. Now, let me start fresh here. The IB high and IB low are nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. The name stands for initial balance, and that's an old market profile term. It's just the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. The POC, also not mysterious, it simply marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. In this case, this is where we closed. This was the location of the volume, the RTH volume point of control at close yesterday. That's why I put this flag here, because by definition, it is the naked point of control, or the volume point of control for the most recent RTH auction. Here's the POC for the full session, meaning that right around here someplace at about 4,300 around 4,300 contracts have traded so far in the overnight session. And the very split second that one of these numbers says 4,301, this yellow line is moving there. Case closed. That's all there is to it. The other lines are self-explanatory. One other thing that could be of a question is the developing value area high low, as opposed to the value area high or low. Developing, the D, refers to the current auctioning session. And without the D, value area high or low, refers to the previous auctioned session. And so as a result of that, in order to have this make sense to myself and other people. I push these levels, offer these levels freely to anybody that wants them. Just ping me and I'll be happy to share them, the link. And these are updated real time, 24/7 from 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday from my computer. And you can plop this in the cloud notes or wherever you use it. And these levels are there real time. Anyway, right now, this is reflecting the value area high from yesterday's RTH session. The minute we open the upcoming RTH session, this will be reflecting the value area high of the previous auction, which will actually be what we look at now as developing auctions. So I changed my charting in IRT from full session to day session only. And then that way everything lines out. So I do that after the open. Okay. The next thing to iron out here are the statistics. Now, another reason the open type is important, it dictates the statistics associated with the price levels. And that works like this. We use the study. Now, this was yesterday. IRT highlights the correct open type column after the open type at 8:30. But let's imagine that we've determined we're going to open lower in range. Right now, we are going to probably open higher in range. And there's not really an open type when we open exactly on the close. That's interesting. But anyway, let's assume that we do. The study looks back at 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 days, we opened lower in range 500 and whatever that says, 88 days of those days. Of these days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control during the upcoming RTH session, and it revisited it 493 times or 83.8%. So what I would do then is jump back over here and go to the overnight volume point of control. And put in 83 point whatever I said. 83.8. And that's all there is to it. Then I just go down the list. The next order of business would be the overnight mid, and that is 82.5. Let's jump back over here to the overnight mid. Boy, these are all hiding in here pretty desperately, aren't they? That's because there's a lot of congestion. Now, the overnight mid is probably right there. Oh, settlement, okay. There's the overnight mid, and that's 83.5. I guess we'll make it just a 5 instead of a 45, huh? So that's how this works. Now, this is real frustrating, and I'm not going to continue putting all these different levels in here until we know the open type, and it's defined, unfortunately. But I do want to say that these are not hard, fast targets. These are probabilities, and you need to remember and think in statistics terms, as you should do when you trade. We trade a random, hey Antonio, good morning. We trade a random market in a random environment. It is a statistical probability and fact that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. It is a binary event. There's only two possibilities. Can go up, can go down. This horizontal movement doesn't exist. We put that on there by time. Market has got nothing to do with it. Sure, time affects the open, the close, whatever. But in reality, it's a binary environment and it's a random market. So you need to think 100% in probabilities, and I'll talk about that later. because I always get behind here, and I'm behind already. You know? The next order of business, which I'll do, try to keep this going here if I can. Is the TLab snap, which I will try to do without delay here. The TLab, what is the TLab? Well, it's been quite a hotbed of controversy lately, I guess. Well, there's some people, some pretty random stuff going on in there last night, I believe. Atypical behavior for the TLab, in my opinion. So the TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room. And this is it. Now, it is completely free. And all of the resources, et cetera, all these things up in here are completely free and open to anybody who joins. And that's pretty phenomenal, considering the fact that it is obviously a marketing tool for Bookmap, but you are never solicited to even subscribe to Bookmap in the TLab, nor are you solicited for anything else in the TLab. Tom is I believe, a successful trader. He's been at it, he claims, 46 years, and I have no reason to doubt that. You're not going to see any, wrapped Maseratis or Lamborghinis or, gold chains or hip hop or whatever. But, I think he's a successful guy, and I think he's a straight shooter. And apparently, in my opinion, he's strictly doing this for camaraderie, I suppose, and to share and try to help struggling, developing traders improve and, attain a level of consistency. I don't make that recommendation for any other Bookmap Discord chat room, because I certainly have not been to all of them. The other two that I did breeze into at one point were standard. The person was trying to sell something 4 or 5 words into the conversation. And that's completely fine. And if Bookmap wants to support that, that's fine too. But it's not interesting to me. And so therefore, I make that qualification here. So every day I make 2 posts in there, and I'm pretty sure I won't do any more than that going forward. I post the reports and things that are coming up in the morning early around 6. And then every day at about 8:20, I post this chart right here, which has a whole lot of levels, naked volume points of control, all of these things, which I started this early on years ago when I was first there. Because there'd be a lot of people asking, what's the POC? What's the POC? And the chat would fill up with a lot of these questions. So I thought, well, if I made one snapshot that kind of answered a lot of questions, it might be helpful to others, and it might free up the chat. So that's the point. That's what I do there. We're going to open in about 6 minutes. So I will get back to the business at hand here and put my soapbox back under the table. One of the things that's pretty important if you're going to be trading is to be able to trade, right? So in order to trade with your mouse with Bookmap, you need to in order to trade with Bookmap in any configuration, you need to activate the trade control panel by clicking that padlock. And then you select a way or a method that you will use to trade or interact with the application with your mouse. If you choose chart, you can only trade with your mouse in this live data column. If you choose dome, you can only trade with your mouse in the dome columns. Both is, of course, both columns. I have converted, or am in the process of converting myself to trade with the mouse here because I believe it's faster and more precise. However, for years I used a keyboard and hotkeys, and that is set up here. And you can do that very easily, set the hotkeys up however you want to. And once your keyboard is set up to trade with hotkeys, then you can do that in either of the three, any of the three configurations, chart, dome, or both. But you need to have the focus of the computer itself on the application. For example, if I was poking around and looking at something on IRT over here and then noticed a trade set up on Bookmap and tried to hotkey into it, it wouldn't work because the application doesn't have the focus. Now, if you're using your mouse and you click, be very careful you don't click inside of this active data column if you have it turned on, because you'll suddenly be in a trade or have an order placed you didn't intend to do. Anyway, and that's the voice of experience speaking. So whenever you click your mouse, obviously the focus is there, and therefore that's not an issue anymore. The next thing I need to do then is to, let's see, what have I done? The next thing I need to do is to be able to trade my package, and I use the multi-brackets. This is a risk-neutral philosophy, and it needs to be in multiples or even numbers of contracts. So this would be the smallest package that you could use. And in this case, it's for the E-mini. The stop for the entire package is at one location. In this case, 12 ticks, 3 points. The take profit target, the first scale, is at the same number of ticks in the positive as is the stop negative, and for half of the package. Once this scale is achieved, the trade is risk neutral, and the worst you can possibly do is scratch. Then there's a runner. And, taking that forward to the 4 lot, where there's 4 lots, 12 ticks, half the package, 12 ticks, and then 2 runners. It's pretty simple. But boy, I'll tell you, there is, in my opinion, for me, this is my journal, remember, there is a real psychological boost the minute you get that risk neutral scale off. I also tick the multi-thingy here, multi-account trading, whatever it is, whatever they call that. And I do that because this is a TopStep evaluation or combine. My thinking was I would start and journal and accurately record every trade, every step of the journey through from the combine to the XFA to the live account, and have it all recorded transparently and with full accountability. Now, though I have 4 other accounts, because I had never tried that. That didn't used to ever be a thing where you could copy trade like that. So in other words, when I make one trade over here on this screen and on this stream, you'll see a whole bunch of entries plop up over along this right edge, and that it will copy that exact trade and the outcome of it to those other accounts, which is pretty amazing. So that's that. Now, after I've done all these things, I confirm that my package is as I selected, and then I click this button again. Now you'll notice it stays green and the padlock stays open, meaning that the application is in a live trade configuration. This is hot. If I click over here going, oh, so here's the mid, blip, and then I'm suddenly in a trade. And I just did that, shockingly to me after all this time, I did that about a week ago. Trying to draw a line, and I missed this little guy here. And just a word about that. We're going to open here in a couple of minutes, so no words about that. All right, so we're set to go. And we are going to open, Jesus, look at this crap. Well, at the moment, we're going to open lower in range by just a couple of red hairs. There we go. And this thing is still not resetting correctly, even though I've got a task set up to resync the computer. Somebody told me they thought it was a matter of syncing the computer to the GMT time server. What is that all about? Why did that go do that? The hell is that? I don't know. That's a new one there. So this is supposed to reset on double click. It's also supposed to reset on this configuration at 0830. It's worked like $1 million for years, and now, or a year, couple of years, however long I've been using this thing, and now it refuses to do so, and I don't know what all this sudden blinking and stuff is going on over here, but that's just really irritating. I actually updated my, there we go. Wow. It's got to be a memory hog leak, something or another. Now you'll see that this is completely out of place. So in a second here, after this has happened for a while, I'll go clear resets and it'll go back to the way it's supposed to be. There you go. So that's really what the volume profile is supposed to look like right now, I guess. And here is this is really unacceptable. I'm going to have to bother support and say what the shit's going on. I downloaded an updated driver for my NVIDIA GPU. I've gone into the settings of Windows and forced which program is using what, and really irritating. Anyway, yeah, Frisky. That's that new guy is. I was pretty surprised about some of his comments last night, and I couldn't. I was tired, a couple of glasses of wine, and I just couldn't quite keep my mouth shut there. I felt like I had to try to be address it a little bit, and boy, he was ranking on for something fierce. I'm not sure why, but if you Google the guy based on the screen snap he always uses, which is called Viper Trading. It's just a thing he's done over the top of TradingView. He's a realtor from Austin, Texas, and for the last 2 or 3 years after about COVID, I guess he was a front man for Apex. What I see. So he's no more a professional trader than the man in the moon. And to be honest with you, very few people in the TLab are professional traders. By definition, a professional trader gets a 1099 and you have to pay for professional data feed to the CME. You know what I mean? So I was pretty surprised about all of that. More surprised that Tom and Bookmap allow that behavior, actually. But I've come to know that I don't think there's much vetting involved with Bookmap as far as those presenters and people go. They had Patrick Weirland and a couple others in there that are just doing nothing but selling stuff and selling dreams, man. Here we go. Anyway, I was surprised. So I will be not in there. I'll do my 2 posts a day and then spend my time in the static where I think it's more meaningful. So here we have the VPOC migrations lower. We haven't quite gotten up here yet. We did take out the mid. I need to update my windows here on my charting on IRT to full session. RTH session only. So that the levels are accurate for everybody. By the way, when I was trying to use that epidemic sound stream from somewhere yesterday, there was copyright strike. So that stream yesterday is put on private, I guess is what it is, which is, I think, what you're supposed to do. No, not a big deal, not a real copyright strike or a problem for the channel, but they, that it was noted that was it. So I have a regular straight up epidemic sound account, and I'll try and mess with that here in a little bit. I was trying to get around having to think about it, you know, just being lazy and, oh, that's a nice playlist. I'll try that. Didn't work. Of course, that's only because it's being streamed. This is being streamed to YouTube. You know, that link I showed you or whatever you use, you can listen to all day long and it's no problem. So, Powell is still speaking, and I'm still focused on the IB setups and vetting them. Okay, now, here's what happened yesterday, if you weren't around. I'm sure you were, Antonio, of course, but here we went. Here was our open, and there we went. Well, there was no doubt in my mind where context was, and so I was expecting and looking for the IB continuation trade, which would be basically there when we took out the IB high. However, as can happen in a day, the tanker turned, right? And the context changed, and suddenly everybody realized that they didn't think an all-time high was a great idea, et cetera, and down we came. So it turned out that the trade of the day was an IB failure, but it was not qualified for my vetting purposes because it was counter trend and counter context. If you look over here, you can see essentially what we did was, and this is my philosophy completely, you know, just my idea, my thinking. On Friday, we put in a new all-time high in the ETH session in the early morning hours, London. Then we opened, and we could not put in the RTH Open. Then we could not put in a new all-time high in the RTH session by handful of ticks or handful of points. So we opened on Sunday night and fluffed around and couldn't get up there either. And in my opinion, a bunch of people thought, okay, this is going south today. We can't get over these all-time highs. This is going to go south. So they all got excited and shorted and decided that they were all going to be short and make millions of dollars. And when they opened them up, they just squeezed them until there was no blood left. And when they couldn't get any more out of them, then all of a sudden context flipped and down they went. Didn't qualify for me because I was, I was looking for an IB continuation trade, but it didn't meet the requirements to take that trade, and therefore I didn't, and ended up not taking a trade at all because to take an IB failure in this context would have been a counter trend trade and against my trading plan rules. So there you are. And let me get over here to the right screen. This is it. Okay. The difference being this is the minis and this is the micros. Yeah. So there you are. That's my story and I'm sticking to it, by golly. Now what are we doing? We're down, we're up, we're down, we're up. Okay. I guess this damn thing is going to work, right? And it looks like the IB low's on track, and it looks like the IB high's on track, so that's okay. As long as those levels line up with my IRT, I believe it to be all right. IRT is kind of the gold standard for levels and stuff for me. Maybe that's not a good way to think, but that's how I think. So the next thing I do here now is, this is a new wrinkle, is I put a line at the open of each session, and then I try to keep the entire session on screen in the heat map here until I'm ready to zoom in and engage. So in other words, this is the entire overnight until here. And then now we have the new RTH session happening. I'm not sure whether that's a good idea or not, but that's what I'm doing. So we did open, okay, now I'm way behind in my levels, or my statistics, right? Because of this fluffing around. And one thing that you'll notice here, IRT highlights the correct open type column, if there's any question in your mind, after the open. So there's that. So let's see what else we've got to do here. We've got the overnight mid. I have that previous close. That's long gone. I'm not going to bother doing that one. Actually, yeah, it is. It has been crossed over. The IB high is too late to mark now because it's changed. POC, overnight low. Overnight low is a 66.8%. So the overnight low would be 66.8. And the overnight high, 51.9. Previous low is 51.7. Well, we've already gotten down there. Previous high is 39.6. So that would be way up here somewhere. Right, way up here. 59.6. Yeah, this is just irrational nonsense, in my opinion. So we're $1 high and we're tracking out here. We don't have any other real reports out today except, obviously earnings reports before the market or after the market. They don't report during the day. However, we do have several random tweet opportunities or random risk opportunities throughout the day. Trump is greeting the Philippine president and I don't know what else. And so there's a lot of opportunities there. An interesting comment from whatever his name is, the Treasury Secretary, Bissett, Besant, in a speech this morning at 7:02, I see no reason for Powell to step down. Wonder if he got permission, if he was given permission to say that. After all the ranting and raving and filthy name calling and all that other crap that has been going on from the dear leader. Or if that was a planned thing to signal to the market that, I think a lot of what's going on here, first of all, is you got to remember that Trump has been convicted of rape. He's been convicted of 93 or 4 felonies. He has gone bankrupt at least 13 times and has really never had any, until the first go-around, had never had any political involvement at all in terms of serving in office or doing anything. He did have a glowing career in reality TV among several failed businesses. But so I think that, and he's, I think he kind of fancies himself as a New York tough guy. So if you look at it from that perspective, I think what he does often is he'll come out and run something up the pole, right? He'll run some random thing up about calling Powell a bunch of names, and then Jamie Dimon calls him and says that'd be the stupidest thing we ever did, and whatever, And okay, just like with the tariffs, and then suddenly the bond auction collapsed, and he suddenly postponed all of his tariffs for 90 days. I think he runs stuff up the pole to kind of like sticking your finger up in the wind. And so I would suspect that a comment like this by the Secretary of the Treasury today to be kind of a sign to the markets. Yeah, well, we realize that's not a good idea, so we're not going to go there anymore. I don't know, just a guess, but I think looking back at the history, that might be part of it. I don't know. Got no clue. And what else is new here? Okie dokie. So I wait for that IB again. And we remember that the initial balance is just the high and low of the first 1 hour of this RTH trading session. And at the moment, we're in about a 10 handle line range. And we got a crazy Ivan here that I missed, which I will catch right now. Ooh, look at us go. Now, NASDAQ has continued with vengeance. There. Selling that bad boy off. Whoop. Yesterday, market profile. See what I'm talking about with this big P shape? That's short covering. And they ran them straight up on these singles and then traded them out, turned them into juice, retail soup, whatever you want to call it. And then later in the day, kazoom, down they went. Just an opportunity, you know. They saw somebody saw a whole bunch of liquidity laying up there. And actually yesterday, let's see if it's still around. I pointed it out a few times in the stream. Up here at 80 something was 500 and at one point 600 contracts, and 85s was well over 2 most of the time up here around this big liquidity all day yesterday. RTH session, I should say. And here we go. Looking for that overnight low. How low can we go? Do the limbo, baby. So let's do the, let's see what happens with, the latest and greatest music-a-thon here. Got no idea. I'm going to try Latin Relax and see what happens. This is epidemic sound, Antonio. You don't need to worry about this, of course, but this is where I've landed. We'll see if this works. What's going on here? There we go. There we are. Okay, now I'm going to see. Let me know if this is too loud or something. I don't have any speakers in here that I use. I use a headset, so I don't know what it's going to sound like. And I monitor this live stream on this upper computer. I'm assuming that Jay Powell is done. And I'm also pretty deaf, so it's probably way too loud. Here we go, baby. Out the bottom. Well. Look at us go. Gee, I guess an all-time high wasn't really the right idea to start with, huh? Yeah, a bunch of dickheads. I think I forgot to do this yesterday. So, Context is setting up short, obviously. And I can see a whole bunch of rear view mirror trades that are setting up beautifully. If I could only figure out how to get paid for it. Big volume spike. Oh, something that I saw on... Oh, you don't use... Never mind. You don't use Bookmap. Never mind. Now, I'm not sure why this is not sticking on my screen here, but... Yeah, here's yesterday. Ooh, there's today so far. RTH sessions. And NASDAQ is selling off so hard and so fast, I can't keep it on the damn monitor here. Sorry about that. Yesterday? Today. Yesterday? Today. And here we are on the micro composites. A ridiculous all-time high. back to a doji, much like the big I'm gonna fire Powell. This was that whole drama of Trump screaming and yelling about he was getting rid of that ignorant fool Powell and all that kind of crap, which I want to remind you, Powell is a registered and card-carrying Republican and was appointed by Donald Trump. So I think this just furthers the whole run it up the flagpole idea. But this was that big we're going to get rid of him day. Here we are now, yesterday with its new all-time highs. We're not going to get rid of him all of a sudden. And then here we have today. I'm just speculating, obviously. Well, look at here, huh? That liquidity that we came down to and touched at 620. Look at that. This is one interesting thing about the any kind of these heat maps that are accurate. Wow. Yeah, okay. I'm so happy for you. That came in this liquidity right here that we came down and touched to the tick of 500 and whatever it says, 505 contracts. That came into the book at 2,300 last night. And it's been sitting there all night. And some of it actually came in way back over here at just after the open. Interesting, isn't it? I'm not saying I know why that is, or that I would have looked down there and thought, oh yeah, we're going to go down there. But oftentimes through the day, I'll mention, well, look, there's a bunch of liquidity sitting here at so-and-so. I did that several times yesterday with those big lots. It seems to have meaning. 63.20, I would suppose, is a strike. I could look, I guess. Wow, this is interesting. Let's look over here. You see these levels? This is the expected move weekly right here. 63.22 quarter. That is driven by, and it's also the expected move on just the daily basis. And that is driven by the implied volatility in the options. I put those in every the dailies I put in every night. I didn't do this last night, actually, come to think about it. I correct them every night, and the weeklies I do every Sunday night on the RTH Open. But that's kind of funny, huh? Right down to that weekly movement, and I've got no clue whether this is I just heard about these levels, and I figured out how to do them, and I started looking at them because I'm always trying to do that. But yeah, pretty interesting. The expected move is just one tick above this weekly one from which I had put in before. Both right down there, and here we came straight down to it, tested a little below it, and now we're fussing around. And I'm not saying that it's anything to bank on or look at or whatever else, but hey, if it works, I'm all for it. Pretty funny that we came right down there and turned straight around. And the expected move is right here, based on options expiration. And the expected move is a widely discussed. The expected move are widely discussed levels in the options world. I've heard, the only people that I think in options that I trust pretty much are the Tom Sosnoff and the tasty people, tasty whatever they're called, tasty trade, I guess it is now. My, look at there. Well, we've done it again, right? More short covering. Isn't it funny how, and this could just be me, but I always find it interesting that wherever we've got a low volume area, then price comes back and repairs it. Like, look at this. If you merge these two profiles together, this would just be a big balanced profile, right? Here's low volume, they're repairing that. There was plenty of trade down there, and nobody's interested over here. But let's look at down here and see what's going on. I think there's a lot to be said for the fact that, you know, all these old sayings and Tomisms or market profilisms or whatever, they bear out. I mean, they're around because enough people noticed them, I think. All right. What am I doing now? Well, unlike yesterday, the context today is down. And we are a directional day. So I suppose I'll end up standing around doing nothing today too, because we'll probably hit this high, below, and bounce. But I have to sort of, I think, stick to my guns here as long as I'm betting. This doesn't do you any good. If you change the parameters that you're using to qualify entries and trades when you're in the vetting process, you've ruined, you've ruined the whole thing. You've polluted the data set. They have to be the same. As I understand it. Oh, and a VPOC migration. Look at that baby, all the way to the bottom. Wow. There's one. There's a biggie. Now, that would be just magical in line with the... Man, Jesus, we're past 9 o'clock already. I tell you, time goes fast when you're having fun, huh? So my IB statistics are, of course, first of all, the initial balance statistic is not live until we have reached 9:30, because the IB high and low are simply the high and low of the first 1 hour. So we've got 25 minutes to go, basically. The statistic says that greater than 97.8% of the days in all four open types, price in the balance of the RTH session will exceed the high or low of the first 1 hour or the IB. It's kind of tough to trade because, several times in the course of the stream, we've talked about it. It's come down here and done this and then gone up and taken out the IB high. You don't know. It's one or the other. And it further states that at some point in the balance of the RTH session, so could very definitely be 1 millisecond after 9:30 or just before the close. But it's certainly something to watch. And if the stars start to align like this VPOC migration, which means what? It means we're accepting value lower. Remember, the definition of the VPOC is simply the price at which the most contracts have traded, which is right down here now. Now, I want to point out that this is, say, 5,000 contracts, right? And right up here is 41. So it doesn't take them very many contracts to move this thing back up for another big crazy island. And that's all this line does, or the POC is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's it. Now, after I have achieved the mission here of vetting the IB trade, I will move on to the next one, which may likely be the VPOC migration, since it's so obvious. Once that's been vetted, then I will have, I could have more than one trade in my plan. That's the idea. And what I want to do is you need to have, in my opinion, you need to have a plan for and a series of trades that apply to rotational days, which this is not, and one that would apply to directional days, which yesterday and so far today are turning out to be. And we are, 40 handles wide here. No. 20 handles wide, 18 to 48. It is frustrating. Definitely an exercise in patience and self-control when you see setups and things that are part and parcel or have been discussed a lot, and not take them, because definitely focused on. Yesterday was quite an exercise in that, because it was clear as a bell that the IB failure was setting up and was playing out, but it was in opposition to my part of my plan, which is that you trade in direction of context. So I may, and I also believe you should never trade any parts, or you never change any parts of your trade plan or your philosophy, basically, during the trading day. That should be done at night, whenever you do your homework, I think. Because there's too many other emotions and criteria that can be applied. Pretty amazing, huh? I think the last 3 or 4 days we have had circumstances where one side or the other has never been touched again all day long. Now, that was the case yesterday until going into the close, when we came down and actually had a neutral day. We actually took out both the IB low as well. Okay, so it looks like things are streaming along here. Oh, I forgot to look at the TopStep thing here. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Sometimes just looking at this from a pure, wow, excuse me, a purely like 5-minute candle bar thing or something is kind of amazing. Candle bar chart or bar chart or whatever. When is the famous? I wonder if they're going to pounce on this guy from the Philippines. 10 o'clock. Boo, boo, hiss, boo. Oh, not good. Oh, wow. And then at 1800, Trump has a reception with the GOP Congress. My. Yeah. Well, what the hell is this? Temporarily down for maintenance. This is pretty funny. I don't know where this. I switched over here to investing.com and this is what I got. We're temporarily down for maintenance. Please check back soon. I'm back. I guess the bear market's back in swing as far as they're concerned. Huh? That's pretty funny. I don't know why I did that, but that's pretty funny. It's surprising. I was expecting this, and then I got that. Okay. Ah, yes. There's some Brazilian going or some Portuguese going on here now, according to this. So we're quarter after, 16 after, okay? Everybody that got real excited about that VPOC migration is wishing they hadn't. See if I... What's going on here in other worlds?
Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu. Deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto, tanto tenho a dar pra fazer o frio evaporar. Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor. Deixa que hoje eu vou ser o seu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu. Deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto, tanto tenho a dar pra fazer o frio evaporar. Deixa de preguiça, deixa um cobertor. Deixa que hoje eu vou ser o teu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu. Deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto,
let's see. Okay. Well, are we there yet? No. I just got a phone thing from TopStep, Antonio, about MPs on air and going to be given some important updates about the program and live trades or something like that. What is it? MP is on air and will be sharing some important changes and benefits to the live accounts in about 10 minutes. That was 1 minute ago. So that impacts what you're doing. There you go. Do you get, I guess, suppose you get, text messages and stuff over there, but I don't know. I didn't get anything like that in KL from over here, so I don't know. I guess if you got your phone registered with them, you will. So here we go, fluffing around. We got 5 more minutes to go. He's talking now, so it's just they're expanding the prop firm. This is on TopStep TV, so you can go back and look at it anytime. It's in this time period, whatever time. This is 9:30 Central Standard Time. So I'm gonna stop listening to it and get back to looking at the market. I can listen to this and afterwards. Was just while I was listening to that briefly there, I did hear something pretty interesting. They were talking about desk fees in prop firms. And they always used to be around $1,200 a month or whatever. But everybody paid at the beginning of every month. And they asked Jack what he paid when he was at the prop firm he worked for, which was apparently I don't know if you may or may not remember, and I was talking about an outfit that realized that they could have, if there was a little shorter time frame or a little faster connection, that they breathed life back into the the old microwave network between Chicago and New York to get a few milliseconds of time. Jack used to work with that outfit, and there were a bunch of developers and things, proprietary software and stuff like that. His desk fee was $12,000 a month. So that's, serious money. And now here I am looking at, I don't know what I'm looking at now. Well, we have put in the IB. We have not taken out either. And something that I've talked about a few times, which is really important for me to reinforce to myself, I have not had any success trading to the initial balance statistic. In other words, oh, okay, we're going to go short. We're going to take out the IB low and then go short, or the other way around and go long. Negative. That has never, historically, looking at the data, that has not worked in my case. So what I do is wait for that statistic to be hit and then move to either the IB continuation or the IB failure. And as it turns out now, we're looping back around on ourselves and backtracking up here. So we're to this low volume node. The previous, some damn thing. This is our IB, our value area high. Developing value area high. Let me rephrase that, be more specific. We've still got settlements above, and the settlement above us, and now, of course, we've come through all of this stuff, right? This is all old hat. Here's the open, there's our IB high. And now we're chugging back up to the top here. So I will be waiting patiently. But I want to be sure and get it in here on my journal that this trading to the IB statistic has not been a successful idea for me. Definitely. There's 9:30, so that's when this went live, right? When the statistic is active. Shorting up here, thinking I'm going to get down to this IB low, doesn't work, or the other way around, either way. So I wait now for the IB statistic to be hit, and then determine if I think it's an IB continuation or failure.
Después de 6 horas encontré donde bajar, crucé la calle, di con el lugar, se abrió la puerta y todo mi mundo me abrazó, me abrazó, me abrazó. Estaba sola, frente al mar. Nunca me voy a olvidar. Estaba sola, frente al mar. Acapulco era
So yeah, what the hell is it? What am I gonna do now? Looks to me like I'm going to be stuck in the middle there for a while. This process is certainly not enjoyable. I mean, but I think it's really necessary. So that's why I'm going to stick with it. That's such a loud tuning into TopStep TV. There's pretty active, pretty loud, and a lot of stuff going on compared to what I'm used to standing here all day. And but I did notice Michael was giving it, talking about trading history and trading experiences on the floor. Something says something about how he made a mistake and had gotten 600 minis on. I think that's what he was. I think I heard that right. That'd tighten up your sphincter for sure. And Jay talking about trying to throw in his 2 cents there about, well, every tick and 100 lots in the E-mini is $500 a tick. Well, yeah, duh. That's exactly right. Not that that's anything to sneeze at, but it's pretty. If you're trading and you don't know that the E-minis are $50 a tick, $50 a pointer. Then that's a problem. So 100 contracts would be $500 a point, not a tick. So he was actually wrong, I think. Or I'm not doing the math right. I don't know. $12.50 a tick. So that would be 1,200. Would it be? Yeah, it's $1,250 a tick. $5,000 a point, I think. I don't know. Now I got my decimal points going all over the place, and I'm starting to wonder. Let's see here. Times 100, that's $1,200, right? So it's 100 contracts. 100 E-minis on is $1,250 a tick. And that's $5,000 a point. A little bit different than. Nobody corrected him. I think I'll have to listen to it again. Not that it matters, but yeah, it's a hell of a lot of money. And so what? Yeah. This is Borsellino. I want to buy all the bonds in America, whatever. Who cares? What they're doing is justifying that they're moving to a prop firm, and that it is going to. You're only going to be able to use TopStep TV or TopStep. What's it called? TopStep X, I think, is the bottom line of that whole thing. And that they have a direct feed to the CME and all these kind of things. And I don't think any of that's really the truth. They are using Program X, which is a company out of Miami. Now, maybe Patak owns it. I don't know. Or is it an owner of it? I don't know. It's like the TLab and Tom, who the hell, he doesn't ever try to sell anything. Maybe he's a substantial investor in Bookmap. What the hell do I know? Or care? Well, here we stand, 15 minutes into it. Right smack dab, by definition, exactly in the middle. We are trading right exactly on the mid. So, yeah. Not hearing anything here. Playa. Turu, mi amor. Yeah, a lot of these. Is that playlist? Seem to be Portuguese. I'll experiment with this tonight, see if I find this a straight up classical or jazz. This is Latin relax. I find it better for my taste than that, like the trance or that house lo-fi stuff. I think a little more calming to me. So what are we gonna do here now? Well, both of our POCs are aligned right here. Now, if you're a Tom trader, there's the VWAP VPOC, there's a VPOC migration, there's a mid VPOC, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on down here.
Ay, amor, te quiero dar mis días, también darte mis noches llenas de amor. Corazón, hablarle en poesía, cantarle a tu alma y llenarla de ilusión. Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte a tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor. Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol. Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor,
This makes for some pretty boring live streaming here. Need some pictures of naked gals or something going on here. This is stupid. I mean, it's not stupid. This is trading. That's the reality of it. This is really trading. Now, granted, I should be able to focus on more than one setup at a time, and that's where I'm going. But you know exactly what I mean, Antonio. It's so funny to get older, you know. I'm just looking at Static here, and somebody posted a thing about Jay Powell, a picture of him. You know, the head of the Fed. I have no idea what he makes a year, but obviously the most powerful guy when it comes to money and the currency in America, I believe. Probably ranking up there with the rest of the world. And yet we're basically contemporaries age-wise, right? And he's a super fan and very knowledgeable about the Grateful Dead. It's just funny to look at him now and imagine him with long hair and bell bottoms and stuff on back in those days out at the Fillmore or somewhere in San Francisco. Pretty funny. Pretty funny perspective, eh?
flor querida, la noche ha llegado acá y en tu vida puedes dejar la soledad, siempre contigo ella está. Si duérmete, mi angelito, sueña con tranquilidad. Duérmete, pronto los sueños llegarán. Contigo ella siempre está. Llegó la estrella, llegó para ayudarte a dormir. Y sabes que con ella nunca tiene que sufrir y con amor puedes vivir. Si duérmete, mi angelito, sueña con tranquilidad. Duérmete, pronto los sueños llegarán. Contigo ella siempre está. Contigo ella siempre está. Contigo ella siempre está.
You want to say hi to You want to say hi to Antonio? Or are you being shy? Hmm? You come in and meow at me and then you don't meow at Antonio. Yeah? Oh boy. What is going on somewhere? This is painful. Well, it's going to be Tom time here for too long, and nothing's happening any place. I actually went to scrolled through the TLab there, and that's about as boring as over here. Bunch of desperate people trying to make trades. And I hope being successful at it. Not gonna spend a lot of time there, but so what do we really have here? Well, pretty quick they're going to get that VPOC up here. Only got to get 1,500 contracts at 60 or 36 to migrate it up, I think. Maybe more. Boy. Sorry about that. What's going on over? Well, this is, I don't really know what to do, to be honest with you. Tomorrow, who knows? It's earnings, right? Tomorrow we've got Alphabet and some various ones. It's just pretty much of a we're going to be out of the RTH 1 here pretty quick. And it's going to be I just happen to think of something. Now, here's this real surprise to me. Here's a real surprise to me. Would you have guessed that volume was 123.9% up for this moment in time? I wouldn't. I would not have. But that's kind of amazing to me. That is just pretty weird there. I'm thinking. I keep forgetting what window I've got this damn thing on. That is really stupidity. Not that it matters, it's just us, but yeah, that's yeah, it looked like, you know, I was thinking, you know, all those euphemisms like watching paint dry and the grass grow and stuff like that. I was pretty surprised. They must be trading the living hell out of them down here around those POCs, I guess. And funny that there's not, if you look at the bottom of whatever this thing is, Bookmap, at least, the only real volume spikes were here, right? Where it looked like higher than normal or above 50% volume. The rest of it is just like sliced white. I'm pretty surprised, really. What does the thing say? Well, yeah, same story over here. Did you? I don't know. Well, it doesn't matter, but if you have TopStep X up or not, but God damn it. There we go. So this is TopStep X, right? Look at that huge spike at 850. And that's where the volume, and then it's just been a flat fall off after that. So I guess that's where that big volume came in. This is kind of interesting while I have this. You see this bar right here, this box? I drew this last night. No, yesterday. And notice how we could come right to it and turn around off it, and right to it and turn around off it. And then we came right to it and turned around off, then fell through it pretty hard. I'm not saying anything. I was just thinking about the support and resistance ideas, right? And just messing around with this last night, I guess. And I'll just keep pulling it along like that and see where we go for the week or something. I mean, just for something to do, but it is kind of surprising how oftentimes those levels, supply and demand, support and resistance, you know, whatever you want to call them, work out. This is I take these off. I think I mentioned that to you, but so here's an RTH session. Here's a Globex, RTH, boom, test, falls through it, and then zooms up. This is 9 o'clock, right? So this is Globex, this is RTH, this is Globex, and this is RTH. Now, in order to keep from 1,000 lines going across the screen over there, oh yeah, got to remember to update my IB high here. This is so handy. And I understand why Michael Patak is doing all this stuff. He mentioned today that they're real excited about the progress TopStep TV is making, but it costs them a couple $1 million a year to do that. The money these prop outfits make is phenomenal. So yeah, I try to keep these down to just the last set for the current session because it gets to be so many lines zooming across there, I can't keep track of them. And the way I do the IBs is, yeah, this is the IB from today, and yeah, it's the IB of the day. There's no question about it. Well, I guess it needs to be there or something. This is something kind of funny about this thing. I can't seem to get the price to be where it belongs. And now what do we got here? This is 8:30, 9:30, 10:30. Yeah, so there's the IB low. We have not taken either one of them out. The statistic remains open. Yeah, I try to get them close, and who cares after that? After that. But yeah, that's wow. You know, that's basically what, 3 times the volume, 3 times the average, I guess. Somehow Jay's got a line here that shows the average volume on these bars. I don't know how he did that, but I haven't looked into it long enough to figure it out. But that's kind of handy. But you can just see that's got to be mid. That's got to be average or mid about there. So that's about 2 or 3 times average volume. That was quite a big sell-off there. Does it say somewhere around here? Is there some sort of thing that says the volume? I don't see that anywhere. Oh yeah, there you go. 14, right up here. Watch this. I think 14,156. Let's see if that's right. Yeah, no, it's the total. Oh, I guess maybe it's the white number of 575. And the white number is no more because the bar is already completed. See? And the white number goes away because the bar is completed. Right there, we got a white number, and the total is adding up. And then over here, well, that shoots that idea in the head because there's a white number again. Never mind. I don't know how the hell this works. Nah, whatever. Ain't worth worrying about. But that's the, yeah, I'll be interested to hear that whole spiel of him, what he's got to say about how wonderful they're going to, all this is going to be. And if you're trading like Dakota or somebody and you don't have to worry about all this crap that I'm doing here, you know, all these lines and wizards and levels and stuff like that, throw a little box up there and go this and that and something and make $500,000 a year. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. I'm down for that. Sign me up, baby. Sign me up, baby, she said. Ooh, baby, ooh. Well, doop dee doop dee doop dee doo. Oh. Jack must have made some serious money if his desk fee was $12,000 US a month. That's, of course, what they don't say is the split. But, you know, if they're going to take 12 grand a month off you for a desk fee, whatever the split is, it's got to be, you've got to be making over 6 figures a month anyway. That's pretty amazing. I remember hearing that story about that outfit with the microwave stuff way back when they were just it was a documentary or something I saw where they were actually, it was about them doing that, you know, about the company reviving that microwave system. You may, if I don't know, Antonio, you may not know, but in America, like when I was growing up, there was microwaves. All this communication and all this stuff was shot around America by microwaves. And there were big towers up on all these hills. In fact, we had our ranch was on a mountain in Montana, and it was right on top of the Continental Divide. And on the top of the top of our mountain was a big microwave tower. So I'm familiar with them quite a bit, or was as a kid. And what this outfit had done, then fiber optic came and all of this kind of stuff, and the microwave towers, I guess, went the way of the dodo. And the documentary I had seen is that this outfit, whoever they are or their name were, had realized that they could, at the speed of microwave or light at that time, they could gain an edge on trades between Chicago and New York, basically an arbitrage edge, right? And so they had spent millions of dollars to breathe life back into this microwave system where they could shoot a straight line of data from Chicago to New York. And that's apparently who Jack worked for. Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. Yep, take care, Antonio. All the best. Have a good one. Make a pile of money and remember your old buddy Boomer. Let's see now. I believe that I can filter out the vocals. I've got to look into this epidemic thing and get the sound a little more organized, but that's okay so far. And at least the important part is it won't be a copyright strike or anything, so there you go. Oh, man. Well, that's it right. That's it right there. That's. Oh, sorry.
cómo te extraño. Ay, amiga, te extraño. Ay, amiga, cómo te extraño. Ay, amiga, te extraño.
This is actually boring, man. Oh, this is. I was busy struggling with some stuff over here. I didn't realize I wasn't unmuted, I should say. Yeah, so definitely a market where you should be having a fond relationship with your hands, as in sitting on them. Or in my opinion. Now, if you know, in hindsight, looking in that rearview mirror, whoa, boy, you got short right up here. That was sweet, huh? I am, unfortunately, vetting the IB trades. There are two of which, the IB continuation and the IB failure. Which means I need to wait for the IB to be set, for the IB to set, which is at 9:30, right here. And then the IB statistic needs to be satisfied before either of those trades can be anticipated or contemplated, right? You anticipate them right now, but actually thought about as from a trading point of view. And the idea with it is that if you're in a rotational day, typically the IB failure would be expected in that it is a mean reversion. And so far we've had two of them, right? We traded up here to the outside edge. We reverted to the mean and down across we went. We reverted to the mean and back up. Unfortunately, the mean is the POC. So now, and only now, it's actually been pretty much in the center. But as of now, we have not taken out the IB statistic. On the other hand, if you're in a directional day, like if this would have continued, the expected trade would be the IB continuation, where you come through, come back up, there's nothing there, you get divergence or whatever trigger you're looking for and context you're looking for, and then you trade in the direction of the trade of that movement, which is a continuation. Right now, we're in a nothing. And one thing that I have very definitely learned, hey Richard, what's up? One thing I have definitely learned about oh, thanks a lot. Yeah, that might have been. It seems like what I saw was because my eyes are bad. I don't read much anymore. What I think I saw was like a documentary about it. Yeah, but I think I've heard of that book. Thanks for the feedback. One thing that I have been definitely sure of is that for me, trading to the statistic is a very, very big no-no. You know, it has a very low probability of success and therefore no edge. So I do not do that. And what do I mean by that? Okay, we're down here. Well, I believe we're going to, now the IB is set, right here. We're past 930 by a couple of seconds. And I think we're going to trade towards the IB low. Or up here, and I think we're going to trade towards the IB low and take the statistic. That has not worked for me very definitely. So I do not approach it that way. I'll tell you another good documentary is called Trading Machines about Chaim Bodek. It's a real interesting about the early days of algorithms and how the market may or may not be quite as fair and transparent as you would think, but as we would hope. But yeah. Thanks, Richard. Flash Boys. Yeah, I was quite surprised. I don't know if you're in TopStep or not or anything, but one of the guys there named Jack, who's obviously a little bit older, trades, has his thinking cap on, obviously, is watching the SPX and implied volatility and stuff like that. He's obviously got some experience, and I would assume success, is the guy I was talking about. That they were talking about desk fees because they're going to roll out this move to a prop model, I guess is the bottom line, and away from the evaluation thing or the real prop desk and brokerage. And they were talking about desk fees, and Patak was saying his were $1,200 a month, and then Andre Guy said his were $1,200 a month, and somebody else said similar to that, and Jack was $12,000 a month for his desk fee at this prop shop. So, 140 grand a year for the desk fee. I think, or something like that. Quite a bit. And this is just like watching frickin' paint dry here. I was quite surprised about the, not sure if I showing that over here or where I was. This was pretty surprising to me. Oh yes, I did show it because Antonio commented on it. A few minutes ago, this was 121% volume increase over, and this is for it at each time of the day, right? At this point in time in a day, average volume. So, sorry, I forgot about that. And this is just to run around quickly. This is a delta divergence, ATR, harmonic rotations. This is some study I'm trying to figure out about probabilities. SPX, and this is a ES daily. And these are open interest. Look what's happened down here at open interest.
A correr contra o vento era o meu passatempo. E o sol que batia, ardia. Nem tudo era dureza. Tinha natureza e o mar pra mergulhar. Eu já sei remar contra a maré, mas não venha me pedir pra andar de ré, pois é. Já sou gato escaldado nessa trilha ando descalço. Não é você que vai fazer eu tropeçar ou duvidar ou tropeçar ou duvidar.
That's amazing, you know. And all of those things are so arbitrary or so perspective driven, you know. What one man calls a thief, another man calls shrewd. I mean, is it front running if you get your orders in ahead of somebody else, or is it arbitrage? You detected, you know, which is the whole point of a lot of that. And if you look at that trading machines with Chaim Bodek, you know, in there, and I guess he's telling the truth, that there is special order types which market makers use to jump to the head of the queue and front run retail. Nobody says anything. Nothing happens. If you and I get together and, you know, enter buys and sells on at the same time, they call that wash trading, which is what they do now, is the huge industry in crypto to pump up volume. Completely illegal, but, you know, so is everything else with crypto. But, you know what I mean? It's really amazing. It's amazing. Nice. Well, now if I'm just messing around with some of these charts here in my IRT. So yesterday, if you took this delta divergence signal, you'd be a pretty happy camper. Oh, nothing going on over here yet, but anyway. And this is anyway. This is what happens when you get bored. This is how you don't overtrade. This is how you don't overtrade. Well, this is definitely a big batch of retail soup going on here. Can you imagine all people that are trading the crap out of this? Oh, it's going up, it's going down, it's doing this, it's doing that. Wow. This music thing I've got here that I finally had to break down and just actually do. And I haven't really previewed any of them except the one that I just did this morning. I'm not sure what. Oh, I thought I saw one. Where the hell did it go? I was thinking I had seen a kind of an island one go by here, but now I don't see it. Again, I guess it was dreaming. See what this does. I got to experiment around with this thing and figure out how to filter it all out and put together playlists that I like, I guess. I'd like to be able to find a Michel Petrucciano, but I collected his stuff, but I haven't been able to. Petrucciani, actually. See what happens next. Do some jitterbugging here. Swing dancing. Man, this is some kind of trading day here. Oh, smokes. Not really. It's a great day to get your ass handed to you, I think. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is and I just know as well as I'm standing here that there's a whole bunch of people just getting, it's like jumping in a wood chipper, you know? I mean, now, if you had to stop and think about it a minute, look at this. Okay. Where do you suppose a whole bunch of starps are? So here we have a here we have a situation where we have kind of a divergence going on here. There was a bunch of stops up here. Obviously, every time this did one of these, people were throwing stops across the top of this thing, looking for a short, right? Looking for a down move, and that's not completely out of That's not completely faulty thinking. We definitely had a down context to the start of the day. So far, we're still, a lower high. We have a lower high and a lower low. It's now the low's kind of getting skewed up here, but I'm not going to engage with this even remotely at this point. And we're now into the RTH2 session. But people are always worried about their stops being targeted or stop hunt or whatever else. It's because of where they put them. We know that. We talk about it frequently. Talk about it in terms of fuel or stops or whatever. It's not like anybody's hunting anybody. It's where that liquidity's land. And that's how this market works. It's a random environment where the outcome of the very next trade is 50-50. And that is a statistical fact. The trading business, if you want to approach trading as a business, a sustainable business rather than a video game or gambling or fun hobby, then you need to realize that it's a random market and that the way to achieve success in it is to identify a particular setup and the criteria which justifies entry or validates the entry for that setup, and then capture a statistically significant data set of that example. Once you have that data set, subset, then you do the math and determine if it has a statistical edge or not. If it does, then in the live market, this should all be done in your homework time, of course, away from the live market. Then in the live market, you take every trade, every instance of that trade that presents itself. And you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest the edge to your bank or your account. This is not just me dreaming this up. This is the most successful professional traders and hedge fund people in the world. Jim Simmons, Simon, however you pronounce it, Ray Dalio, Paul Tudor Jones, Tom Sosnoff, Mark Douglas, Trader Tom. Pick one, They all have the same. They all realize that it is a business of statistics. And also, that's the same business model as a casino. They play no game on the casino floor which they have not pre-identified an edge and specific rules. That's the really important. And then when they open the game on the casino floor, the only object they have is to play that game as many times as they can, so the law of large numbers engages and applies, and they know they're going to come out ahead. They know gamblers will win. We know we'll take stops. We know it's a random market, and the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. The market's either going to go up or it's going to go down. And to try to predict which way it's going to go is fool's play, right? And, deleterious to your psychology and everything else. And on the casino floor, a gambler wins. The pit boss doesn't run over and shoot the dealer or change all the rules. They just deal the next hand. And that is exactly what I believe is the secret to having a successful trading company. Now, I'm in the process of doing that. I've talked about it a lot this morning about the IB trades. Okay, and I have one thing I've determined doing the homework and doing the vetting here during the market is that in my case, the ultimate, and this is probably not good actually, but the ultimate decision on pulling the trigger is, after all the criteria has been met, is discretionary. And so I am really in awe of the quants that can code up a algorithm which and compensate for or adjust to all of those, minutia and variables that I feel like I need to adjust for with discretion. And they do it programmatically. So my hat's off to those guys. But that is exactly the holy grail of trading. There you go. Merry Christmas, holy grail. You got it. Go forth and prosper. That really is it. And staying out of this kind of soup and chop is also it. That's also when not to trade is as, if not more important than when to trade. And another aspect to the entire successful trading business model and concept is risk management and account preservation. That is your number one goal. And that's why discipline and not over trading is so important. It doesn't, if you've got the best setup in the entire world with a 99% edge and you blow up today and you can't trade tomorrow, what good does it do you? So that's why I start with a higher time frame every morning and go through my risk neutral trading strategy. And I may evolve out of that, like some traders I know, Rod, for example, has evolved away from the risk neutral strategy mostly. I'm not sure 100%, but pretty much, where he believes he is confident enough in his own back testing and homework and recognition of market conditions that he can statistically, pick with a positive statistical edge, an A+ setup, and not rely on the risk neutral scale, and in fact add that scale up the way somewhere for additional profit. So that's obviously the goal. And that would be great. I find that psychologically so much more beneficial for me to take that risk neutral scale and put on your helmet, put your feet back, step back. You can manage the trade. You can think. I can think logically, much more logically. There's an old saying that you don't get smarter after you've entered a trade, don't get more intelligent after you've entered a trade. And that's really true. You put on, I use a bracket order, multiple of which I've gone through in the pre-market, and I don't change it. I never widen a stop. I suffer sometimes from fear and loathing, and I'll bring a stop up to break even, for example. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I know that I probably should never do that. I just have this thing in the back of my mind. Should I just sit here and let this thing blow back in my face after I never move that target or that stop up to break even until I've already achieved the risk neutral scale. And as a rule of thumb, an additional 3 points past the risk neutral scale. Then I might consider bringing up that stop, but I never widen it out in a million years. And another thing to remember is that if you're trying to vet a trade and get some statistics around, is this XYZ trade that I'm trying to do here, does it have an edge or not? Well, if you have a 12-tick stop this time and a 20-tick stop the next time and a 10-tick profit target this time and a something else profit target the next time, how the hell are you ever going to know? It has to be the same. You have to be consistent with the parameters and the setup, the parameters that qualify it, and the trigger. Otherwise, you can't. It is not statistically significant. Another real important thing to remember while I'm on this tangent, you have to take a statistically significant data set sample size, because you could have the most profitable trade in the world or setup in the world, hands down, But if you look back at only a small data set, a small sample size, you may blow that. You may have, it's unlucky, but you may be looking at a sample size where you had a random distribution of stops, and you go, "Oh, that's terrible. I'm getting rid of that thing." In reality, it's the best setup ever. I'm not saying I've been there or that I know of that or anything, but that is statistics. You have to remember that within a data set, you have a random distribution of outcomes. Flip a coin. Flip a coin 1,000 times sometime the weekend when you got nothing better to do, and see how many times you get heads, see how many times you get heads or tails in a row. And we all know that the statistical probability of flipping a coin is 50-50 after you do it enough times. Enough occurrences, the edge presents itself. The edge will manifest. But you may flip a coin 500 times and have 100 tails in a row, assuming a fair coin and a fair flip. And of course you can, all those things, but you know what I mean. And I suppose there's programs that have been coded up that'll do that for you. So that's what I believe to be the real holy grail for trading. And there you have it. Merry Christmas. $11:30 already, Central Standard. Remember that all times here on my charts and that I refer to are Central Standard Time in the U.S., the same time as the futures market, CME. While I'm on the thought process of vetting trades and coming up with a statistical edge and all that stuff, and that can be kind of a daunting situation. What the hell do I do and how do I do it? I know people who are very successful at it that don't know how to code or do any of that stuff, and I'm in that ballpark. They look at a 1 minute chart and they will just go scroll back in the chart. And for example, let's pick an IB, because I'm working on an IB initial balance trade. There's only two. There's an IB failure where price comes up and reverts back to the mean. Typically, it's a balanced rotational day. There's the IB continuation where it's a directional day. Price comes up, let's go down. Price goes down, trades through, comes back up, doesn't get anywhere, hits this liquidity, and then takes off continues on in the direction it was moving. Those are the two trades. So what can you do? Well, you could set up a chart that has, you could set up a chart. This is a 1 minute chart, a 5 minute chart. It's got an IB on it. And just scroll back. Now, this is a chart that I'm working on, that how I do my back testing, but this is what you could do. And you just scroll back through the chart, and here's the IB, comes up to the IB high, and it doesn't penetrate it, comes down to the IB low, comes down through there. What does it do? Doesn't do anything. In this case over here, this is an example of a failure where it comes up through the IB, which is the trigger. It takes the first target, and then fails and comes back down for a stop. But you can do that all by just visually, right? And just keep a notepad or something and say, the problem with doing it that way is getting enough samples in your data set to be statistically significant and get away from that collection of potential random distributions, you know, that I was talking about, where you might have 10 or 15 stops in a row. That's something you got to do. The way I'm doing this is using IRT. There's two ways you can use it. There is, first you set up a series of rules that it uses to trade. In this case, this is an IB continuation. Each rule has an action. Let's look at long entry. It's going to buy 2 at V-pound 50. That's the entry. There's a lot, you know, I've done some stuff here, which is, you know, neither here nor there for anybody else, but basically I have a short entry and a long entry, and then I have a series of long, first of all, this is all based on a 2-lot risk neutral trading strategy, which I use every day. So there's that. Then there are the long trades. There's a stop and a T1 target, a T2 target. This T1 is the risk neutral. There's a stop, short, and a T1 and a T2. And then these are just two end of day exits. If you're still in a trade and it comes up to a period of time before the end of the session, it closes out. And this is a flag setup that doesn't do any action. Let's say, let's look here at the long stop. If we hit this rule, it's a sell stop and it closes all of them out at 53. V-pound 53. If it's a T1, it sells one contract at 51. It's T1. That's how it works. With IRT, you have two ways you can go. You can either send the system to a chart, which is what you see over here, or you can backtest. Now, you set up the backtest by doing this. Let's just make it simple for, let's say, 5 days or something. It's the ES, 2 contracts, daily session, the RTH session, and okay. So now I'm going to, just for the sake of this demonstration here, I'll take that trade system off of here, off of the chart. Now there's no trading system here or anything, right? It's just a 1 minute chart of the day session, 8:30 to 1600, the RTH session, and the ES. So you can send this system to the chart like this. And there you have it. Pretty much what we had before. This is plus 48 ticks, minus 12, whatever, you know. Here's and I do this only for visual confirmation. So first of all, the IB only sets in the first hour, right? So did we penetrate, or did we take out, satisfy the IB statistic high or low? Well, nothing until right here. That's when the signal occurred and we got long. And here's the first, come on, there's the first risk neutral scale. This is what trade did, blah, 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 blah. And up to there for profit target. Similar for losses, same idea. Or in the case of, if I can see one here, I don't know if I can find one quickly, where we had a, yeah, it works, trust me. I can't see one off the top of my head, my eyes hurt. But a system where we take one out, we get one profit target, the T1, and then we get a scratch. This is just for visual confirmation, but the real meat and potatoes, I believe, is in the backtest itself, which is here. It took less than a second to do that backtest. over 5 days. There's the period of time it spanned. There's how many bars I went through. We lost $250. Net profit long was 350. Net profit short was minus 600. It took 11 trades. 5 of them were long, 6 of them were short. And I'll tell you what all this means as far as the only things that vary in the trade setup are the criteria for the entry of the short and the criteria for the entry of the long. That's where you can do, okay, do I have it go by 2 ticks? Do I need 2 bars to have closed below or above? Those kind of things. That's where I look at it from a point of view of discretion. This is what you've got to come up with when you code it. For example, this would be the entry criteria. Only this part right there. The set, this is the setting the V-pound variables for the various different stops, targets, and all that kind of thing. But this is the entry criteria for a long position. That's where, in my case, live, that's where discretion comes in. But the nice part about this system is you can see everything right in front of your face. You can tell that for a sanity check, the largest winning trade is $750. That's as much as you can win with a 2-lot set up as I have the bracket set up with a 12-tick T1 and a 48-tick T2. So I know that that's the maximum profit I can get on a trade. I know that $300 is the maximum losing full stop on 2 contracts at 12 ticks. So I know that those are good. And then I can look at all the rest of the stuff here as far as percentages and win rate and all that. And then we have this one, which shows each trade and the outcome. We entered short. We got a T1 trade. We got our first profit target. Then we got stopped out. So this is a scratch. Here's a scratch. There's a full stop. Scratch. Full target. What is happening here? End of day, maybe? Oh yeah, end of day. So this is an end of day exit. Here's a full target. Here's a full stop. Scratch. Scratch. Full stop. Full stop. So out of this 5-day setup with this entry criteria, we had 1, 2, 3, 4 full stops and however many scratches. Okay, so let's see if that adds up. It would add up to money. The money would be correct, and then we can get this also does a what if you did a buy and hold, what would be the outcome? So that's how that is a way you can back test with a simple program like IRT, a setup. And let me show you something else here that's kind of interesting. Let me see this. Oh, that's not doing any better. A minute earlier, over the weekend, without these extra days put in there, these days have been downs, right? So they're not, that criteria needs to change. Either the long entry or the short entry. I need to rethink the criteria for those. And what you don't want to do is you don't want to curve fit, which essentially means optimize for the specific market conditions. I don't want to look at 10 days and keep fussing with these until 10 days come out to be great. Very profitable, because that's, BS and bus tickets. What you want to do is have a repeatable, logical target and stop. and not, and not curve fit it, that you can apply over 100 days or 1 day or whatever you want to do. That's what the way I believe you should go. So that's as far as I'm going down that rabbit hole. But since there's not much else to do here in the trading world, I mean, look at this mess. What are we doing? Well, we're kind of, I don't know what we're doing. This is a consolidation or a fractal. And all we're doing is just flopping around over the top of this thing here. And that's making me tired. About time for me to go forage for food anyway. So there you go. I'm kind of surprised about that, actually. That didn't make much sense. Okay. Let's see what happens if we do the IB failure. Set up the back test. 5 days. Huh. That doesn't seem very right to me. Anyway, so I'm going to step away and you can have yourself a fine old time here. I'm just trying to see what to do. This is typically works out. I mean, over the weekend, this was giving me completely different results. So maybe what I've got going on now is bogus. I don't know. You have to always keep an open mind about the scientific method, right? And make sure that what you've got happening, for example, is there some error that's happened with the way I've coded this up? I think that these two are pretty substantial. Now that's a pretty pathetic results for one trade setup over 15 days, considering it took 19 trades, 14 long and 5 short. Let's do our sanity check. 300, yep. 750, yep. Okay, the 2.21 RR win ratio, or however you want to put it. And those trades would look like that. So there's a scratch and a stop and a scratch, scratch, stop, scratch, stop, stop, scratch, stop, stop, stop. Ooh, look at there. 2 stops in a row. Ho, ho, ho. That's got to be an end of day. Yep. And another scratch. So you see that this criteria in this market environment is taking a lot of scratches, but that's the beauty of the risk neutral trade setup. That cost you nothing except a couple bucks for commission. It isn't much of a win rate, though, I'll tell you that. An improvement in equity. What is it compared to buy and hold is 34? It doesn't make sense. Okay. So there you go. My suggestion today would be extremely cautious with what you're doing. I can tell you I'm not going to do anything. That's for damn sure. Not in this mess. This is not a... This is, in my opinion, an environment where retail traders get chopped up, as I've referred to euphemistically several times about the retail soup. And also, you start making up reasons to trade and making up things. So I'm going to refrain from that. Let's see if the Mookie's working. Well, I was hoping for a change in the weather, but I can see right away that this day and I are not going to do any trading here. One other thing I wanted to mention while I was talking about backtesting and all those things. You're never going to get over the emotional wiring from your evolution or whatever it is, FOMO, panic, fear, all those things. That's hardwired in there. So what you have to do is be real aware of that stuff and not act on it. For example, me in these last couple of days, I'm very close to a goal, target goal that I have set for myself, and probably 2 more trades. I'm there. Well, I have to be very aware of that and not let that cloud my thinking or my logic or my process. I was in a similar space into February, and one thing happened and another, and I got on emotional tilt. I was 1 trade away from a target. And I got on tilt and rolled all the way back down. Not all the way. I mean, I certainly didn't blow up or anything, but so you got to be real mindful of all those kinds of inputs and be aware, self-aware. Am I feeling FOMO here? Am I trying to make up stuff? There's no trade here. And why am I trying to make one up? If you see my point. So that's something to share. Now we're in the 12 o'clock hour. There's a possibility of the 12 to 1 trade, but it is not valid because we're not directional. So don't be thinking of that excuse. And I'll be back after a bit. I'm going foraging here. Well, I stepped away right about here. Perfect IB failure. Well, pretty close to perfect IB failure trade right here. And I'll tell you. And now what do we got going on? And I actually saw it on my phone because I turned it into the stream and I couldn't get the get a comment in there. Quite amazing. And now we're at 2:00 in the power hour. 45 minutes left in the session. Yeah, now we got a VPOC migration back the other way, but not. Is it? Yeah, I guess it is the. Really quite amazing how frequently I can stand here at my desk, stand here and stand here and stand here, and nothing happens, and then I step away to for a couple of minutes, or step away to eat or something like that, and the exact move transpires right there. Now, I was never planning to. I typically don't trade through the lunch hour, but there is a classic VPOC IB failure. So I will review that after the stream and after the market closes today, between the sessions. These kinds of things, though, are excellent practice for recognizing FOMO or some of the emotions and not reacting to them. setting up for another couple of daily dojis here, which is a real sign of indecision. Look at that. These are this is a micro composite, these are daily bars of the RTH session. Okay, we're 10 minutes till the MOCs. I'm forever amazed by the timing, how timing can be so critical. And also amazed with the reality that the market is an endless stream of opportunities. And there is never such a thing, a lost opportunity. There's only the next one. This, after all morning waiting and giving up right about here, I think I even laughed about this. And then we did that maneuver right there, which was driven by something. Certainly wasn't market. I mean, it certainly wasn't price action. It was news related, I'm sure. Whatever the case, it still was almost a textbook IB failure, which is a mean reversion. And if you look at it, it's a absolute mean reversion. Actually, a little past mean, but you know what I mean. If you understand, if you get the point. Wow. So about 7.5, 7 minutes till the MOC. Oh. Sorry about that. I thought it was muted off there. I'm trying to get into the swing of things here. Nothing may happen, but it's better to be aware. About one minute. So just FYI, there's a 30-second delay on YouTube here. I was watching the clock from and monitoring the stream from when I actually said 1 minute till it came out on the stream. So that would be something to pay attention to. And there we are. Absolutely nothing. Nothing happened. No MOC at all. That's really surprising. Typically, there's a substantial amount of movement there. Wow. But they are extremely low. Extremely low. Huh? It is a, wait a minute. What am I doing here? These are the MOC orders. It's minus or sell side 175 million, sell side 35 million, sell side 1 million, and buy side 44 million on the Mag 7. But 3 days ago, this was 3 billion 200 and something million. So that is pretty astounding. So here we are, just fluffing around. This mic had a push to talk on it. Half the time I forget the damn that it's muted or that it's not, because I'm not busy looking at the mixer. Oh, there we go. A little bump up there. 2 minutes till the cash close. Maybe we'll get a closing swing trade here, huh? Now, there's going to be earnings out after hours, of course. So that's normal in this earnings period, which is not my favorite. I think rollover is the least favorite, followed in hot pursuit by the earnings seasons. Here comes the liquidity jamming in here. All right. Well, that was a nothing burger kind of day, but I did miss a quite a perfect opportunity. I'll redo this replay and have a watch for that exact time. See, as practice, you know, not having anything to do with the stream, but there's a big sell coming down there. A little bit of a closing swing trade there. All right. Have yourself a great day. Take a break away from the screens and do something for your health and for your head and for your psychology and all those things that keep you balanced and keep you on your toes. You got to be mentally and physically fit and alert to do this well. That's, I think, mutually agreed truth by pretty much everybody that does it. So have yourself a great time. I will be back on for sure at 0800 in the morning for the pre-market and the numbers and the assessment of what we did for the overnight and what the outlook will be, in my opinion, for the trade of the day coming ahead. And don't imagine that I will engage with this tonight. If you're subscribed or liked, you'll get a notification and hit the notification bell or whatever that, the bell. And then if you are, you'll get a copy of this. If you need, if it would be helpful to have these price levels pushed directly to you automatically throughout the day from 1700 on Sunday afternoon or evening until 1600 Friday night, I do that and share them openly and freely, no problem. Drop something in the chat. Otherwise, have a great evening, and I will be back on at 0800 in the morning, and we'll see what we do from there. Tomorrow's a big day in terms of earnings. There's Google A, Google B, whatever they're called here, actually, as a matter of fact. That's pretty worth looking at. So here's tomorrow's earnings right now. And these, the little moon indicates that they report after hours, and the sun boy is before the open. So we've got Alphabet, Tesla, AT&T, quite a handful of important reports coming out. Tomorrow morning. Of course, we don't know what the news will be overnight. This was here's how Financial Juice figures it. And Trump speaking at AI tentative. Yeah, well, if he has a possibility to speak, I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. Then that's at 9 o'clock in the morning, so that's unhandy. EIA crudes at 9:30 like normal, and then we got the bond auctions, and then the Googles and the Teslas of the world. So there you are. Now you've got no excuse for not being mentally and properly prepared for these news events and earnings, etc. Okay. Now, I promise, really. Okay. See you later. Have a great night, and I'll be back at 8 in the morning.